Like I didn't do the undead. Like I never played from the undead, so I didn't know. That's crazy.
I can't cast that yet.
Getting Flash is such a game changer, by the way.
What?
Getting Flash.
In League?
No, here. Like,
Yeah.
League Flash is inspired from this.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like the Flash from this game. Like, it's literally called Flash. Like, what do you think Flash does in this game?
Is it not a teleport?
It's literally just Flash, yeah. It's so clunky as well. Because, like, the camera just goes forward with you. Like, it just teleports forward as well. So it just can leave you very disoriented for like half a second. You, extremely disoriented kitten.
Yeah.
Item doesn't really help you get the first kill or survive until you get the first kill. It's like, well, Blade of the Rune King is an item with no defenses on it at all that offers you, like, over time sustain. This is not the item structure that's actually powerful for a Viego that is trying to play into the main win condition of burst one target, get a kill, burst the next target, get more kills, and then, you know, chain throughout the fight, right? And so a lot of this just comes down to the way that Viego's kit being structured. It says an on-hit item that offers current health is really not going to be that attractive to him, especially not if it has also lifesteal on it, which is not a particularly valuable stat for Viego's main role. And so if your item doesn't really help you get the first kill or survive until you get the first kill, it's like, well, Blade of the Rune King is an item with no defenses on it at all that offers you, like, over time sustain. This is not the item structure that's actually powerful for a Viego that is trying to play into the main win condition of burst one target, get a kill, burst the next target, get more kills, and then, you know, chain throughout the fight, right? And so a lot of this just comes down to the way that Viego's kit being structured. Says an on-hit item that offers current health is really not going to be that attractive to him, especially not if it has also lifesteal on it, which is not a particularly valuable stat for Viego's main role in the jungle, right? I think there's a stronger argument for lifesteal or like just generally sustain in the laning phase, of course, right? Viego's a melee champion that takes a lot of harass, just farming out waves and so on. But anyway, getting at the point here, you have to be asking for Blade of the Rune King, what does your champion actually need to do, right? And if the answer isn't fight people from high levels of HP and stay on the map for a long time, the answer is probably not
keep your
build
wits
a Blade of
about
the Rune King, right? When you look at someone like Aurelia as an example, who I would say is the highest synergy Blade of the Rune King user in the game right now, she has special synergy with lifesteal and is a laner, right? Who cares a lot about being able to shrug off harass. And she actually also really needs to be able to interact with people at full HP, right? That's actually really, really, really important for her. And she has a lot of other tools that she can use to finish people off on her kit. But taking advantage of the current health damage on Bork is actually pretty easy for her, like starting with auto attacks and ending with spells, right? That's actually pretty easy for Aurelia. She can just auto attack you to death with the damage from her passive and her auto attacks and all of that, right? And that's not structurally it's not structurally how someone like Viego or say like Kale work. Now, none of this is to say, like, I do want to be clear about this, like, none of this is to say that I think that Bork is perfect, right? In fact, I think that the way that our entire on-hit system, I've talked about this a number of times before, but the way that the entire on-hit system is currently structured is not ideal. And, as an example, one of the examples that I commonly use here is, like, we have an item called Kraken Slayer, but it's actually the anti-squishy early on-hit option, whereas Blade of the Ruined King is the anti-durable target, and that doesn't really make sense, right? But we don't need to get into all of that. Ultimately, what I'm trying to get at here, or sort of what I'm trying to get across here, is that when I think about Bork, and I think about the champions that want it or should want it in its current structure, you need a lot of different things, like different properties, right? You should want to be able to kill people from full HP, and specifically deal a lot of damage with your auto attacks to someone at full HP, right? Champions that actually front load their burst with spells actually don't really want Blade of the Ruined King, even if they have synergy with on hits, because of course, Blade of the Ruined King is at its most effective if you're fighting people at high levels of HP. You also really need to want lifesteal, right? Because there's a pretty meaningful amount of power budget in that lifesteal, and so someone like a Viego, right, in his main role, where lifesteal is not a very good stat for junglers, isn't going to want that, right? Now, Master Yi, I think, is an interesting exception. The lifesteal is not particularly great on him, but it's mostly that the other options don't have kind of like poor synergy with the way that his Q functions and such, or have poor synergy with his game plan of like approaching people from high levels of HP. And so the fact that Bork lets you is like one of the most effective items in the game from fighting someone from full HP, or for fighting someone from full HP, is appealing to Master Yi, even if he's not the best person to leverage or champion to leverage the lifesteal. Anyway, to kind of wrap up this topic in general, what I would say is that there are lots of things about Bork that make sense structurally. If you look at the item in an individual basis, like if you don't consider the positioning of the other on-hit items in our systems, but I think that when you look at its position relative to other items, like say Kraken Slayer especially, but even things like Rageblade or Wit's End, I think that there's definitely something about the way that it's positioned right now that feels kind of off to me around, hey, the use cases for this feel pretty restrictive, right? In the past, before Kraken Slayer existed, we could actually just juice Bork up because the champ... champions that couldn't use the lifesteal didn't have other options, and so we could just tune them around just getting a bit of extra, getting more efficient access to lifesteal. But now we have to tune those champions around an item that doesn't have that stat and gets to be a little bit more juiced up in other areas, via Kraken Slayer, and that I think actually makes tuning Bork a little bit more difficult, because in the previous game, it was the premier first one-hit item, and there really weren't a lot of competitors to that, and this is like prior to the Mythic system, prior to Kraken Slayer existing, and the existence of other items has kind of taken over some of the Bork niche that previously I think it occupied, sort of because there wasn't anything else there, and we could just tune champions to be a little bit more powerful when they were building, when their highest synergy item was Bork first, because there wasn't something that was actually tailored specifically for them. And so there is something that was lost, I think, as part of that process. But ultimately, I kind of look at Bork and I say, look, it does what it's, mostly what it's supposed to do. It's maybe not doing that in the best way possible. And I think there's probably we could probably benefit from shifting some stats around or reconsidering exactly the way that some of the on-hit items are positioned. Healing versus damage. So this is a topic that August, I think, was talking about recently on stream, and I think Quacks made a short of him talking about it, and so I had some people asking me about this topic. And the sort of root question here is basically, hey, if insert random champion here can do 60k damage in a game, why can't Soraka do 60k healing? And the short answer is that the way that typical, like what I would call traditional MOBAs are designed, is that we have a lot of defenders' advantages, and we don't have a lot of hard forcing functions for ending the game, right? Ultimately, we want people who get strong to progress the game towards an ending state, right? Like, whether that's them winning or losing, right? Like, we want the powerful things, the people who are getting to be more and more powerful, generally speaking, to be able to make actions towards a resolution of the game. And the reason why we need that is that when we don't have a lot of those things, when the game isn't structured in such a way that that is the case, we end up in these awkward situations where we have games that just go really, really, really long. Let me explain why, right? Like, look at the base structure in a traditional MOBA, right? Like, League's map obviously is one of these, right? Where you have the Nexus. That's what, that's your lose condition, is losing your Nexus. Look at how close that is to the fountain. Right, like, you spawn there, you heal there. There's obviously a massive defender's advantage close to the Nexus, right? And so the more and more you get towards the like actual resolution of the game, the larger and larger advantage the defender has in a lot of ways, right? The defender has full vision in their base. The lanes are very close together, in the base, right? You can easily rotate between inhibitor towers as the defender, right? Whereas it's a bit more difficult as the attacker. Right, you're less advantaged there. You have a vision disadvantage, right? Like, look at all of the defenders' advantages we have in League, and in basically all sort of traditional MOBAs, right? There's no forcing function that says, as example, hey, in 25 minutes, we snap our fingers and whoever has the most structures win, right? A lot of other games out there, right, have forcing functions like this, and even some games that are MOBA adjacent but not traditional MOBAs. Like, for example, HOTS has a lot of forcing functions like this in a lot of their maps, are designed in such a way that, yeah, it's inevitable that someone will end, right? Like, the game will be forced to end time-wise because this thing will just get activated X number of times, and it ramps, or one of the teams will just die after X number of activations or whatever, right? And traditional MOBAs don't have those forcing functions. And so it's actually extremely critical that when someone is scaling their power throughout the game, that the most powerful scaling thing that you can be doing is damage, right? Or at least something that progresses the game towards an ending state, right? Because if the most powerful things in the game, or the most equivalent things in the game, are healing or durability outputs, that is very likely to lead to states where the game stalls out and it's very difficult for people to progress, right? Because damage, obviously, like, when you kill someone, when you do more damage than someone else and you just have very clear damage advantages on them, their win conditions often become very clear. Oh, we need to CC that person, or we need to play away from that person, like, we need to split the map, etc. Right? Whereas when you're healing or your durability outscale, often your ability to enact your will and progress the game towards a desired ending state is going to be very minimal to potentially nothing, right? If you have the exact same amount of typical average healing is typically the same as a damage dealer, the question then becomes, okay, number one, what's the counterplay to you here? How does that work, right? Soraka has this built into her kit, obviously, where you have to hit Q, enemies with your Q, and that exposes you to risk, et cetera, et cetera. Otherwise it costs your health, and you can only heal allies and not yourself. We don't need to get into all of that, but generally speaking, what I'm trying to get at here is that it is important that the most powerful scaling things in traditional MOBAs are damage, because if something else is really powerful, specifically durability or sustain, are the most powerful things that you can be doing in terms of scaling throughout the game. What that means is that when those champions, the champions that are doing that, get ahead, the game is very likely to stall out because those things don't progress the game in the same way that damage does, right? And part of it also is the distribution of this, right? It's like we have to, make it so that being really being powerful means that you're good at progressing the game state in some way, so that games actually inevitably end in a reasonable amount of time, right? I do want to be clear. I do think there is something cool about past versions of League where the duration of the game is more variable and you get to experience a larger variety of game states on average. But at the same time, having that be the case, right, say Season 2, for example, where, a game could end at 20 minutes, but a game could also end at 65 minutes, and that was both things that would happen to you if you played a lot of games on a regular basis. one of the dangers of that is that's not very respectful of players' time, right? And historically, when we've done a lot of surveying and like a lot of understanding of like what players actually want, while yes, we acknowledge that giving up that variance in potential ending game states, there is something we're losing there for sure. We're also gaining something more powerful, which is, hey, the player kind of knows what to expect from a game, like how long it is, and the game is extremely unlikely to go past, say, in the current game, like 45 minutes, right? It's like, especially if you're higher, like at a higher level of skill, and so there's some trade-offs being made here, in the interest of good sort of. I don't have a good terminology for this, but like good practices around the game, not necessarily good practices for like the most diverse set of experiences that you could possibly have in the game. And in general, we want people, because of all of the defenders' advantages that MOBAs load up on, we want people to get really powerful to be able to progress game states and be good at ending the game. And that's why damage has to outscale durability, and damage has to outscale healing. And actually, functionally, part of why Grievous Wounds exists is that we don't want games to stall, we don't want fights to stall, and we don't want it to be the case that you experience on a regular basis someone out healing your damage or out sustaining the thing that you're doing, because the end result of that not only is just going to be really frustrating, of course, but also that combat is going to feel pretty fundamentally broken, and it will be fundamentally broken if someone's out healing your damage, and there's not a powerful answer to that, right? This is part of why Grievous Wounds exists in the first place.
What business have you?
The game breaks down if you can't actually damage someone, right? If you can't meaningfully get some advantage on them, that is one of the main avenues of progressing the game that is cut away from you, right? And obviously there are exceptions to this, where it's like, there are champions with powerful sustain that are going to full heal off of a wave in side lane because they built that way, like Tryndamere, for example. It's like, he's going to go, Rava or Trundle, he's going to go Rav Hydra off of a wave in side lane and full heal. And he has a bunch of weaknesses to compensate for that, and those are built into his kit of like, those champions are allowed to full heal off of waves in side lane if they build correctly, or built to optimize for that. Partially because they have really big disadvantages in other areas of the game. But the dedicated healer class idea, or like the dedicated healer that just has a lot of really powerful sustain, in a lot of ways kind of fundamentally breaks when you set up a game that is defender advantaged, and getting powerful over time means that you need to progress the game state, right? When you compare this to something like PvP in an MMO, right? Like say, Alterac Valley in WoW or something like that. There's a lot of forcing functions and a lot of things that do not favor the defenders, but there's a lot of forcing functions for combat that result in, the healing being really powerful doesn't mean that the game has to stall immediately, right? And even with that being the case, you still had the cases in olden days of WoW of like, this Alterac Valley game that went on for hours and hours and hours and hours, because there are some cases of defender's advantage, and because there are some cases of healing being extremely powerful. Anyway, don't need to get into detail of all of that, but basically to summarize my thoughts on the space, it's traditional MOBAs with the traditional base structure are extremely defender favored, and so one of the things that compensates for that allows the game to actually end, is snowballing, right? Like the person who gets strong is likely to keep getting stronger.
Invítame, Dani.
Voy. ¿Dónde estás?
En Under 7.
Va.
Ya me acabé las Coastlands. Pero bueno, justo acabo de acabar la lavadora. Así que vuelvo ahora. You decline?
Huh?
Did you decline?
Y hasta ahora el otro.
I invited you.
¿Sí? Vale. Voy a hacer focus al doctor, ¿eh?
Oh, claro, no, hazme party leader. Please.
Espera, ahora no puedo.
Vale, sí, sin prisa.
¿El otro murió?
Doctor. Supongo que moriría.
Sí, es que no sé dónde se metió.
Está ahí arriba.
Sí, murió ahí.
Te pilló un bicho.
Sí, bueno, no pasa nada. Creo que ni podemos llegar ahí arriba. Uf,
Me la has liderado en Essex.
ya le hice líder.
Ah, vale.
Bueno, no creo que sea importante lo que tenga. No sé tú qué
Creo que tiene un
opinas.
ítem buenísimo.
Bueno, pues insiste. Mierda.
Tenía una Silk Cloth.
¿Una?
Silk Cloth.
Está bien. Un ítem buenísimo.
Espera, Metex quería que te que metieras en la party para invitar a Cinder.
No sé. Honestamente. Metas va a ser el... ¿Te acuerdas del Power Level 70? Apuntamos el nombre. Era como Weaver o algo así. No, Weaver no, ese era el orco troll. El
Ah, no me
blanco.
acuerdo. Oh, you...
Hostia puta. Cuidado,
Nos va a pillar a Grumar.
Sí. Voy a popear poti de maná y voy a popear esto también.
Está muy fuerte ese puto hechizo. No tiene sentido.
¿Qué hechizo está fuerte?
El que me ponga a pegar como... áreas de fuego todo el rato.
Sí, estoy de acuerdo.
Y eso que no voy a quemaduras.
Vale.
¿Estamos yendo para el final de la dungeon? ¿O
¿Qué?
es
No, estamos saliendo, estamos saliendo.
Ah,
Ah, bueno, espera, hay que matar a... Ah, no, se me fue ya, no
Ya
deja nada.
ves.
Hay que pirarnos, sí. Es que hay un boss aquí que se llama Coborg, pero no hay que matarlo.
Todavía no, no. Rollo, tendremos que volver aquí.
Ni idea de si tenemos que volver. Pero me pone aquí que es un enemigo especial, Coborg se llama.
Vale, voy a
Vamos.
matar al bicho de fuera.
Ah.
Me sale que Metex es de la horda arriba.
Que me hace que es de la horda, dijiste.
Sí,
A mí también. No miento.
no miento.
Vale, este es el último.
You, almost fast. What the fuck?
Vale.
11?
Acaba ayer.
Apoyar.
Vale, volví.
Déjame ir por aquí.
Quiero
Así va
saber
un poco.
la Cosa esta de... Ah, bueno, tú no tienes la quest de... To steal from thieves, ¿no?
Aquí. Es que sabía que por aquí había menos. ¿Esto de qué es? Ting.
Ya se ha
Bueno.
pillado un bicho. ¿Qué
Sí,
nivel
da
es?
igual. Corremos. Es Ting, no es importante.
Vale. Espera, quiero intentar compartirte una quest.
Vale. Espera que no me persigan bichos.
No sé si me pusieron a mí. Ah, creo que es de aquí, ¿no? Ahí está.
Iron.
Vale, estamos al lado de esa quest. Creo que es un poco a nivel alto, pero podemos echarle un vistazo.
It doesn't show me you're doing any quest there.
¿Se puede escurrirme,
Is it the
¿se puede escurrirme de los
drops
bichos?
Sort of killing? Partially not, but
Gracias.
there's quest I can take here.
Vale.
It's on your inventory probably.
I think so, because I've never been
Pero me cago en Dios.
Like if it says there's a quest,
Oh.
where does it say? Can you show it?
here. Just like I was there earlier.
Yeah, letter on the liver. Like you need to kill the raid cast soldier, and then it will has a chance to give you a letter. Also a quest. Yeah. just don't know anything. Like, there you can get quests from enemies.
Sí, caballo.
Puta animada de bichos, tío. Vale, por aquí hay una granja rara, cosa.
Sí, ya veo. Pues esta zona level 28 era bastante jodida, he de decir.
Sí, sí, no.
Están todos muertos. Bueno, casi todos. Estos no nos sirven, no son estos los que tenemos que matar. Fardel y Marcel. Vale. Pues podemos esperar, un poco como ves.
Ah, mira, está aquí Marcelo.
Sí, ya lo había visto. Y este de ahí es un random. Aquí hay un cofre.
¿Quién coño es Marcelo?
Un NPC que hay tirado al suelo.
¿Se llama Marcelo?
Está
Se llama Marcelo.
Marcel. Y está muerto.
Cuando parezca lo vamos a matar de vuelta otra vez.
Ah,
¿Me quieres matar? Dabri.
no. Me voy a dar una vuelta con el pollo, a ver si veo minerales. Tú quédate por acá. No voy a ir muy lejos. De hecho, cuando despone los cadáveres, deberías avisarme.
Ahí te digo. Acaban de spawnear.
Va. Voy a esta zona de aquí. Oh, tengo una misión aquí para aceptar. En un cristal.
Yo también. Hostia.
Gather
puta,
12 motos. Voy de camino. Voy.
Me da que le interesa matar a los fecas.
Pero esto es de... nos da la cabeza secas que nos metamos. Podemos invitarlo. Salte de la party esta
Sí.
y... Leave party y que no... y que invítale a él y a mí.
Hostia puta.
¿Qué pasó?
You get the
Que me acaba de
blackened
spawnear el
skull
pavo,
from these
se ha
guys?
salido- Nos hemos cambiado de real, me ha salido de la parte.
Hmm?
I didn't get a skull.
Yeah, but you get it from the skeletons, right?
I don't think so. I was collecting. What the hell is this?
That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet.
Man, very hungry.
Yeah. Ravenous kidnap. You get it from these guys, right? The skull. From these skeletons.
I don't think so.
Like it might be a low drop rate, but like when you click on
No,
top of
Blackened Skulls is from the casters.
from the casters. Like it shows you like when you click on the enemy on top of it. Like
Yeah, these guys.
oh, these guys. Okay. Yeah, then it's the skeletons. Yeah. Okay, then I'll go on a killing spree. Because it's a drops mission and if you can just get very unlucky and it sucks.
I can't cast that yet. That's still
Like I'm literally
recharging.
just passing, I need to clear a mission here, so I'll just help you here.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Do you get any? You're very unlucky.
I killed like 7 of them already. There's more over here.
Yeah. Did you loot this one?
Yeah.
This one. Oh, you only had money. Okay, my bad. Take the yeah. I mean, I'll you one shot it there, man. Yoink.
Can it even drop if you kill them?
Yeah, I put the loot, so like whoever loots the body first gets it. Like there you can configure the loot, like how it goes to the party. There's another one here. I killed it. Okay, there's a ton over there, so let's just go there.
Oh, I got the leather.
I have so much leather. How much do you need?
What?
How much leather do you need?
I don't need leather. Leather, L-E-T-T-E-R.
Oh, letter.
I got
Okay.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Did you claim the quest?
Lane.
Yeah, you have to open your inventory, like look for the quest and right click it. Like look for the letter.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, water here. You're like, if you click on top of the bone caster, does it have the bag on the icon? Like click on a bone caster. No. On one that's alive. I mean that it has it. Yeah. You need to kill the bone casters then. Yeah, you're right.
I need a target.
Like if an enemy has like enemies have an icon on top of them if they're related to a quest, like either a sword or like drops or something. This drop rate can be very low, maybe because you need to like get this somewhere else.
Oh, I have 2 now.
You have to? Okay.
Okay, that's all.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Okay. You don't have anything else here, right?
Wait, I need Devlin's remains.
You need what?
Devlin.
That looks like a boss.
Devlin Agamon. We just killed him earlier. Like I was saying, what the fuck's this guy?
But maybe you killed it without the quest. No?
No. I just didn't loot it, I think.
Oh.
But he respawned, I saw him again.
Yeah, let's go.
It's over here.
It doesn't show up for me, so I'll just follow you. Oh yeah.
That isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Okay, thanks.
In a bit. I'm out. Bye.
Bye, good luck.
¿Qué pasa? Un bicho de level 35 siendo level 30 está duro de cojones, ¿no?
Sí. Sabe qué sé. No, puedo correr. No hay cofre. Antes de un cofre. Ah, sí que hay. Nice. Vamos. Bueno. Vale. And Hammerfall.
But we have to be careful about how we let them get strong and how we allow the snowballing, or like what direction we allow the snowballing to go. And so the most powerful snowballing vectors have to be damage for the game to reliably end, is essentially the summary of what I have to get at here. Vamp and its users. So this is something I was talking about recently on stream, and I thought merited its own topic. I've touched upon this topic a little bit in previous Q&As, but I thought it merited its own topic directly here, which is that Vamp in systems versus Vamp on champion kits is very different, right? With champion kits, we have a lot of agency to determine like how are you getting this and how powerful this is. Vamp in systems is very different, right? Like this is things like Omnivamp, Lifesteal, Spell Vamp, etc. on your items or on your runes. It's a lot easier for us to make Vamp effects on champion kits because we can moderate them appropriately to the type of champion that's using them, right? And one of the things I pointed out previously is that Vamp, which is sort of like I'm defining Vamp here in a sort of general sense as you get some percentage of the damage that you're dealing as, you know, returned as life. The best users of it are going to be cases with that can fulfill two core requirements. Number one is that you're reliably dealing damage to take advantage of the Vamp, right? And being ranged helps a lot with that, right? Like obviously someone who is ranged is more consistently going to be able to deal damage on average than someone who is melee, because being ranged fundamentally means that you have more reliability and more options than a melee champion by default, right? And number two is you need to be durable enough not to get one shot in an ideal world to be the best, like to be a really good user of Vamp, right? And this is why when I was previously talking about like Woda shaped items, for example, it's like these are core battle mage items because battle mages are actually the best champions in the entire game at fulfilling both of those requirements, right? They're champions that build a lot of durability, right? Like this is champions like Ryze and Cassio and Swain that are going to build health or defenses in some way on a large percentage of their early items, right? It's like Swain is going, Rylai's first a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
Cassio is often buying a Roa, often going to buy a Seraph for the shield, often going to have Rylai's or Leandry's or both, right? Look at Ryze's build, the Roa and the Seraphs, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You get the point here. And so
you're close.
They meet these categories, like the powerful Vamp leverager status of you're not often going to get one shot, and you're ranged, and you have reliable, consistent damage. One of the reasons why we actually have the Bloodthirster shield, and I actually kind of like the Bloodthirster shield, is that one of the problems with AD carries is that when they buy Lifesteal, it's harder for them to leverage it because they can be burst down very easily. And so having the BT shield gives them some contextual value around like, oh, it's a little bit harder to get one shot, which allows you to leverage the Vamp. And that means that we don't have to have quite an insane amount of Vamp on Bloodthirster, right? Like Bloodthirster's amount of Vamp gets to be a little bit lower because the shield is there, which allows us to sort of diffuse the power a little bit out into other areas. We don't need to get into all of that. Anyway, what I'm actually getting at here is that Vamp in systems is really, really, really different from Vamp on kits, right? And so when people say, like, why aren't there good healing items for Aatrox and Warwick to buy, what I say to them is, well, those champions actually don't really want Vamp. They're actually not very good users of Vamp effects or healing effects in general, because healing effects that are based on their damage dealt is doubling down on their success case and not actually helping them in the other cases. Where it's like, Aatrox, part of why he needs a lot of haste to function on his modern builds is because, well, you need to be highly repeatable because your damage isn't super reliable, right? Warwick is building a lot of items these days that like help him stick to his target or help him actually get functional burst or survive long enough that he can actually re-engage on a target with his Q or his E or whatever, right? And so Vamp is something that often isn't going to be helpful to these champions because in the cases where they're not succeeding, if they're paying a price to double down on their success case, they're often not going to be able to engage with their success case, right? Like if Aatrox doubles down and invests a bunch of money and time and systemic effort in, I'm sustaining more, right? He's often not going to be a super functional champion because he won't be super repeatable, and he will have really, really low reliability, and he'll probably be more burstable because of that, right? He'll have lower durability, and he'll have less haste, right? He's paying a price there. In other areas, that likely makes it so that his core pattern is less functional than it is with other stats that he could have access to. Now, none of this is saying that there can't be items that have a little bit of that in them, right? Like Endless Hunger, for example, I was hoping that it would be good on Aatrox. It's not really, from what I can tell, outside of like situationally fairly late in the game. But Endless Hunger as an item example, right? Like some of the early prototypes were a lot more about the vamp effects, and what I found iterating through early prototypes was that the more and more I focused on the haste and the repeatability of the item, the haste output, right, which is the actual powerful part of Endless Hunger, like the conversion of bonus AD into haste, the more and more functional the item became around, hey, there's a bunch of champions that want to be more repeatable, and a little bit of sustain on the side from the Omnivamp on the item is great, right? And you can have big amounts of it, unlock you and have lots of vamp when you get a takedown, because you're likely to be low after getting a takedown if you are a melee champion, and so that can be really powerful for you. But the core functionality of the item is much more about the stat line, vamp aside, and much more about the haste on the item, much more so than the core vamp effect, because making the item mostly about vamp doesn't get at the users that I intended, like the actual AD casters, because a lot of our AD casters, their damage isn't that reliable, or alternately, they're just looking for ways to make their pattern more repeatable, like with haste, for example, much more so than they're looking for ways to make their success case more powerful, right? Because making your pattern more repeatable also means your success case is more reliable, but it also means that you get more chances to have a success case, right? And so a lot of this just comes down to vamp, who the vamp users are, comes down to how can you leverage the vamp, like what happens when you vamp, right? 80 carries, for example, part of what makes vamp a useful stat on them is that their damage is 100% reliable. They're just going to right-click you and attack you. Their damage is very reliable, very consistent, and so they can leverage that to take advantage of vamp in ways that a lot of melee champions have a difficult time doing because their damage isn't as reliable. They're not as reliably going to be dealing damage, not as reliably, not going to get stunned once and be forced out of the fight, etc. So hopefully that is sort of useful expansion on this topic. What is your definition of sharp? Talking about ribbon scaling and counterplay. So, I will be the first person to admit, I think I overuse this. I definitely over-leverage this term and use it as shorthand of referring to things in ways that I think probably aren't great for a lot of my, a lot of the discussions that I have here on these videos or on my stream or whatever. And so for that, I apologize. Basically, I think there's a number of different ways you can sort of look at a definition for sharpness in game design. But there's sort of a couple of core aspects. Number one, sharpness is about variance in outcomes, right? Like something that's really, really binary, like a champion that has very few outcomes, right? I would call them a sharp champion, right? Like someone like Garen, for example, really only does one thing, which is run directly in a straight line at you and try to kill you, right? Like that's all he does, right? That's a sharp champion. Now, someone who has sharp a spell with a sharp counterplay, for example, is something that's like, well, you either have it or you don't, right? Like I'll make a comparison here between something like Fiddlesticks W and Ezreal Q. Fiddlesticks W, the counterplay is very sharp. You either get out of the range, you have a stun to stop Fiddlesticks, or you take a bunch of damage and Fiddlesticks heals a lot, right? That's a sharp counterplay spell, right? Like you either do this thing and get big leverage out of it, or you do not do this thing and the Fiddlesticks gets big value out of it. Conversely, you look at a spell like Ezreal Q, and it's like a highly repeatable spell. There's a lot of variance on each outcome, right? On a case-by-case basis, so the only output is you hit or you don't, right? Like, but the spell is highly repeatable. It's a high variance spell right there. So there's a prediction game that for Ezreal going on, right? Like, you can hide behind minions. There's a lot of additional counterplay around like hiding behind your allies, hiding behind your minions. Ezreal can fire it at long range, can fire it at short range. It leverages, with the rest of his kit, right? He can E forwards to be higher reliability at hitting Q. His Q hitting makes the rest of his cooldowns lower, right? It means the next Q is going to come faster, and you both players know that. It is a very not sharp spell in that there are a large number of divergent outcomes that can occur from Ezreal casting his Q, right? He can hit, he can miss, he can hit on an unintended target, and then that branches down into how the next Q is used and how the rest of Ezreal's kit interacts with that spell, right? Whereas Fiddlesticks, like, he just uses W, right? Like, he has to stand still. There's nothing that he can do about that, right? It's, everything is in the opponent's hands, and the spell is not highly repeatable, right? It has some level of repeatability because the cooldown refunds, but it is the case of, like, it's a really sharp spell, is how I would frame it. Riven is interesting because I would say in some ways she is a pretty sharp champion, and she's melee only, right? Aside from her ultimate, she has to get on top of you to deal damage to you, which in and of itself is a sharp thing, right? Like, melee champions are sharper than ranged champions because they have fewer options, and they have to be on top of you, most of them at least, have to be on top of you or be close to you to actually perform their output, right? And so, unless we give them mobility with extremely high variance, like, say, Yasuo, for example, the champion themselves will be more sharp because just getting to their target versus not getting to their target is already a really sharp form of variance for a lot of the melee champions, like what I would call like true melee champions that actually have like all melee outputs, right? A champion like Riven, for example, where Wind Slash is not really something that you're going to be using at range a lot of the time. You're going to be using it very low range most of the time because that's where it's effective. And so the way that I look at Riven is she actually in many ways becomes more sharp over time. Some of this depends on what her build is, but the more damage focused Riven builds tend to become very, very sharp because she becomes more and more assassin-like. And the thing is, as an assassin-like champion, when she's building full damage and not building a lot of durability, like some of her more like past builds have been more fighter item centric, the more damage she builds relative to durability, the more she becomes like an assassin, but she doesn't have the target access tools of an assassin, right? Like she doesn't have ZW or Talon E or any of these other tools, or Rengar ult, like these tools that say, okay, assassin, you can get to your target. It's very easy to access your target. Right? So she has a bunch of dashes, sure, absolutely, she has a lot of mobility, but it's persistent mobility, right? It's not powerful burst mobility that's going to instantaneously take her 800 units across the screen in the same way that like Talon E is going to, or insert your favorite assassin spell or whatever, right? Or from earlier in the video, something like Shaco Q, right? She doesn't have Shaco Q, and so just getting to her target is a large form of variance. That is, you got to your target and you can succeed, versus you did not get to your target and you cannot succeed, right? And so a lot of what sharpness just comes down to is variance in outcomes, and what can potentially happen, and like how the possibilities branch, right? Because with the Riven example, if she doesn't get to her target, she's doing nothing. If she does get to her target, that target is often just going to be dead, right? Like it's not that hard for Riven to kill someone later in the game when she's building full damage. If she gets to her target and the target is squishy, a lot of times that target is just going to be erased from existence, right? And so some of this comes down, again, like using Yasuo as an example. Yasuo is actually not sharp in a lot of ways, especially earlier in the game before he buys a lot of damage, because his mobility is fairly unreliable. Sometimes he has an easy time getting to his target, but a lot of times he doesn't, right? So if the target's not near a minion wave and they're not knocked up, it's hard for him to get to someone who is 1,000 units away from him. But sometimes they get knocked up by, allied Nautilus or whatever, right? And he has a really easy time getting to them. And especially before he buys a lot of, crit and damage and such, when he gets to the target, there's a lot of variance that can happen there around, hey, you eat through the minion wave to get to the enemy Orianna. Can you hit the knockup on her, right? Like, how many stacks of your Q did you have when you did this when you eat through all these minions to get to the enemy Orianna, right? Does the Orianna have flash to dodge the EQ3 or just the regular Q3? Do you have access to your ultimate, right? There's so many different sort of branching pathways you can imagine for an interaction of Yasuo and Orianna, depending upon where they are on the map. Like how many Q stacks Yasuo has, whether he has ultimate or not, etc., right? There's a lot of things around that. Whereas with Riven, a lot of it is just, does she get to her target? Is her ultimate available? and kind of sort of as a faint extra additional one is like how skilled is the Riven player and how quickly do they execute their combo? Because when Riven encounters a squishy, especially later and later and later into the game, the end result of that is often, if Riven gets in melee into the squishy, they are exploding instantly. They're going to die very, 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 very fast, right? And if they're more durable, that actually leads to there being a much higher variety of outcomes, right? Like Riven interacting with Jax at 25 minutes, for example, that's a much less sharp interaction because the Jax is durable comparatively to Riven interacting with like a Caitlyn or something like that, right? And so ultimately a lot of this just comes down to like the way that I think of sharpness is the fewer potential outcomes there are, the sharper something is how I frame this. And there's a lot of different ways of looking at that in design. And again, like I said, I think I do overuse the term, and so I do apologize for that, and I'm trying to improve, always trying to get better at controlling language in a way that, is helpful, is useful. But yeah, hopefully that's a good covering of this topic. Why is Rakan's passive cooldown so high compared to other shield passives like Malphite? So one of the things that I'd like to reiterate here that I say, but I don't think I emphasize this enough, is that different champion kits are different, and the same exact spell on two different champion kits could be tuned completely differently, and that probably would be correct, right? Like different champions have different strengths, different weaknesses, and there's different, even a very similar or identical spell on two different kits, we can use them really differently based on a kit. And so the answer to a lot of questions in this space is just, well, different champions are different, right? They have different needs, they have different asks from different parts of their kits. Even if something looks really similar, it might not be, right? Something like Ezreal's Mystic Shot this is a better example. Something like Jin's W and Jinx's W might look really similar. And in fact, they are really similar spells, but the way that those kits use them is actually fairly different, right? Even just small property differences make them really, really, really different spells, like the way that they interact with the rest of the kit around how Jinx uses her W to set up the rest of her kit, whereas Jin needs to be set up for his W to work. Is like very texturally different, even with a very small mechanical difference between the two spells. Anyway, for this specific case though, there's one really big difference that lends itself to this kind of like very large numerical difference, which is that Rakan's passive is not interrupted by damage, right? Malphite's is. And so the actual reality, like if you looked at the effective deal without these two spells in the laning phase, I would bet you that over the course of, if you looked at like 1,000 random games of Rakan and 1,000 random games of Malphite, the difference in real cooldown between the two for the first like 10 minutes of the game would probably be less than you would expect. Right, because if you just look at the numbers, I don't remember off the top of my head what the cooldown is, like 12 seconds, 8 seconds, whatever, somewhere in that range. And Rakan's is 30 something, right? But Malphite's is reset by damage, and Rakan's has a refund mechanic on the cooldown for engaging and interacting with the opponents, right? And one of the key differences here is that the expectation of Malphite is that he's probably a laner, and he's probably a solo laner. Obviously, there's jungle Malphite too, which is fine, and doesn't really need to interact with the passive in this way. But in lane, the expectation for Malphite is that he's giving something up when he goes and resets his passive, right? You have to kind of be zoned for that to work, and there's some tension around how, like, which last hits do you go for? What do you spend mana on? Do you want to kill a minion so that you don't have to get close enough to your opponent to engage with their damage and, get your passive cooldown reset? Conversely, we want to actually actively reward Rakan for interacting and ask him to stay up and try to look for aggressive plays. And so his isn't reset by damage, right? You could take damage going for a target's proc or whatever, and that's totally fine. But it's important that Rakan doesn't, structurally for Rakan's kit, that he isn't sitting around, like, standing behind the AD carry just waiting for the opportunity to, like, E the AD carry and W forwards. We want to actually reward him for playing aggressively, playing up in lane. And structurally, the purpose of the passive on these two champions is very different between the two kits. For Malphite, it's this powerful tool that gives him a comeback mechanism of like, okay, if you're losing lane and you're not CSing a lot, this passive is going to be really, really, really powerful, right? Whereas if you're interacting a lot, the passive becomes less powerful. And in general, the passive is much better against champions that aren't good at consistently interacting than it is against champions who can interact with you a lot at range, right? Like, say, literally a ranged champion or a champion that has ranged outputs like a Gangplank or a Rumble or whatever. And so just the way that the two kits are leveraging these things are very different, right? And what the purpose of them is on the kit is very different, even if they look very similar on a surface level of here is a passive that gives you a shield that stays on you permanently until it's broken and then has a cooldown. The way that they're structured is very, 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 very different. Like the incentives on the kit are very, very, very different. And ultimately, that's kind of how I look at this entire structure is just, well, they're different because the kits are different, right? Like the number is very different on the con because the purpose of this effect on the kit is just totally different compared to Malphite. And that's really what the answer is going to be for a lot of questions in this kind of space is, well, the kits are using the effects really, really, really differently, and therefore they need to be tuned really differently to represent those effects, or what the purpose of those things is, or are. Because this is an interesting topic because the original release version of Cassante actually functioned a fair bit differently from the current one, but in a subtle way that I think a lot of players are actually super familiar with. The way that he used to work is that he used to have AD ratios on his spells, and then his ult used to give him AD based on his defenses. The way that Cassante works now is that he has defensive scalings on his spells, and his ult multiplies the damage of his spells, right? What his ult does essentially says your Q cooldown is lower and your W has an extra, bonus true damage multiplier on top of it based on the charge time. And specifically, one of the things that you'll note here is that the damage is Q multiplier is cooldown, so it's just DPS, or it's not burst, and the W burst addition that you do get is true damage, right? It's explicitly not as good against squishies as it is against more durable targets, right? And that is very much by design, right? One of the reasons why Cassante's kit is structured in this way is that one of the most dangerous things that Cassante can do from a structural and game health perspective is burst squishies, right? One of the reasons why we've structured him in such a way that a lot of his damage is more sustained and there's a lot of counterplay, more counterplay on the burst specifically, is that when Cassante, as a highly durable champion just walking around normally, has the threat of very high levels of burst on squishies, the champion doesn't really make sense from a structural perspective, and the game is deeply unhealthy a lot of the times when that interaction occurs where, oh, you're at 80% health squishy and you got within 600 units of a Cassante, who's a full tank champion, hard for you to interact with positively, and you got one shot, right? Or you got full CC'd 100, or like 80 to 0 or whatever, right, from that health threshold. And so for me personally, like looking at it now, I don't think fundamentally that the AD ratios are like undoable. I just think we'd have to be very careful about how we do them, and we'd have to be very intentional around if we were adding AD ratios, because generally speaking, I am in favor of champions, even if it's very fringe viable, being able to interact with more parts of the item system. And one of the things that I've been talking about recently is with the rise of how successful a mode like ARAM Mayhem has been, it's really valuable for our champions to be able to interact with more systems, because that gives them more surface area for each individual champion to interact with things like augments and such, right, in Mayhem. And so I think there's a lot of positives in having our champions, even if it's in SR, only like very fringe or maybe even non-functional, like having extra ratios. I do generally think that there is a lot of value in that for the game in general, for Arena, Mayhem, etc., or for potential fun off builds that people can experiment with, even if they're not that powerful. But I think with Cassante, we have to be very careful and very intentional. And I think if we were going to give him AD ratios, I think specifically where I would be looking is the passive, right, which is, hey, after you hit a spell, your auto attack deals more damage, and the Q, right, like, which are mainly DPS tools, and the passive in particular is a target agnostic DPS tool that is not particularly good against squishies, right? And so I think there probably is some value in Cassante having AD scalings if we could find a healthy way of doing it, but it's dangerous, right? And I think there's a lot of good reasons why those were removed, and for the current version of Cassante is that it's a lot safer to make to make a version of Cassante that we don't have to worry about extending his burst potential in any meaningful way, even later into the game, right? Like, because there's a lot of danger in even small threshold differences with this champion, right? Like the difference between Cassante killing you in one CC combo between like from 60% and 80%, that's a really, 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 really big difference, right? And so even small threshold differences can add up to a lot here around how healthy Casante's kit is and like how functional Casante's kit is and how dangerous he is when getting close to squishy champions. And so all of this kind of combined, what I'm trying to get at here is basically that I'm not saying that we could never do this, or even that there aren't good places on the kit for this. It's just the value of getting 80 ratios on Casante's kit, there is some there, but the value relative to the risk that we're taking doesn't seem super amazing to me, right? Like, there's some minor value for sure, and like, you know, for me personally, if I were working on Casante, I would probably consider an experiment with these things, you know, just as, you know, on the side, you know, assuming it didn't interfere with any main goals. If I were like working on a, you know, Casante, you know, large Casante like buffer nerf list or whatever, right? If it were me, I would want to be considering these things like, should the passive have an AD ratio? Should the Q have an AD ratio, right? I think those are, you know, legitimate questions that, you know, the answer could be yes. But I would probably be pretty intentional, and like I might even, you know, say, hey, should we be lowering the amount of damage that W does slightly if we want to do this? And does that do harm to the main builds? Like, is that correct, right? Or should we just be adding the ratios with no with no compensation? And is that correct, right? Like, how good should those ratios be? Can we actually make this at all functional in core SR, right? Like, do we ever want a world where he's building a, you know, Sundered Sky third item or anything along those lines, or like a, you know, Overlord's Bloodmail later in the game, or a Death's Dance, right? It's like, do we ever want that to be an output that he has, or like something that he's actually looking for, or like some system that he's interacting with? And the answer might be no, right? And so then that might lead down a road of like, okay, we probably shouldn't add AD ratios if there's no item that we're happy with him buying at any point in his regular builds. Because extending Casante's damage profile is very dangerous, right? Like, he's getting a lot of innate damage from his kit, and he needs to be trading off an appropriate amount of defenses in order to do so, right? And especially the damage that he can deal in his regular, you know, non-all-out form, it's important that that is, you know, limited in a lot of ways in order to make sure that the kit structure makes sense around, oh, your ult is trading off a lot of defenses in order to get offenses. And if you're wearing away at that defense, at that difference by building a bunch of damage, I think there's a lot of concerns that come around that of like, okay, does this kit shape actually make sense? And does the tools that he has access to, or do the tools that he has access to actually still make sense in a world where he can build meaningful amounts of damage? If that's actually like anything more than fringe viable. There's a lot of questions to answer there, and I don't have all the answers to this one specifically, but I suspect if we were doing this, at least for me personally, the place where I would be looking is probably the passive and maybe the Q, where these are more sustained DPS-y effects and more target agnostic effects that will not likely lead to Casante being significantly better at bursting squishies. That's where I would be looking at this personally. Do you think the burst damage from Titanic Hydra is appropriate? So this is a case where I think on an individual case-by-case basis, I think it is high, but within bounds. When it is combined with certain other effects and late-game scaling, I do think that it is probably a bit much, right? I think in particular the combination with Heartsteel, because these items have very high synergy, right? They both scale with health and reward you for building health in your other slots, and reward you for having health scaling in your kit potentially, if you're like Scion or something like that. And the case is that they often line up to trigger at the same time, right? Like, as an example, imagine like a 3-item Mundo with like Steel and 4 logs and Titanic or something like that runs directly at you, hits you with a cleaver, which does a bunch of health damage, so you're not even full HP. And then he goes up to you and he goes, Auto E Titanic Hydra activation, and that involves a Heartsteel proc. And yeah, I do think that specific case is probably too much burst. Is Titanic Hydra the problem? Like, to me, probably not, right? I do think that there are cases of very high burst with just Titanic Hydra involved, even without like, super powerful kit synergies. Like Shen rushes Titanic Hydra, dashes into you and, Qs through you and goes auto Titanic auto or something like that while you're taunted. And that does do a lot of damage, right? But to me, that seems within bounds, right? Like the Shen bought an item that has a lot of its gold value invested in damage, and he's not really getting more total damage out of not a ton of more total damage out of the attack reset. It's just he's doing his damage a bit faster because he's getting to 3 auto attacks faster, right? Because he has an attack reset one time. And so, to me, on an individual basis, I don't think that the Titanic Hydra like activation effect is too bursty, but it is fair to say, I think, that maybe given the combinations that it has with other items, especially Heartsteel, and combinations that it has with other, kit effects, right, like Mundo's E, for example, or like Scion's W passive or whatever, maybe it is a little bit too good at burst, right? And maybe there's a cooler version of the item that has a little bit more power in the baseline health scaling on hit, and a little bit less power in the activation of the item, and is a little bit less bursty and is a little bit less damage sustained. But at the same time, while I do think that the burst level of like Heartsteel, Titanic, plus health items Mundo is probably a little bit too high, I don't think that Titanic is the root of the problem here, or the place that I would be primarily looking for. Oh well, we need to mitigate the amount of burst damage that like Mundo is doing, or that one item Shen is doing, or anything like that. Right? It's like I look at those and I say, well, if that's the problem, like if the burst damage is the problem in these specific cases, is this not just indicative that like Mundo's E is too powerful, right? And that we should have more powerful in the passive and less in the active? Or is this not indicative that Mundo is just getting a little bit too much AD and he should have, he should be a little bit more durable, or he should have a little bit more healing, or whatever, right? Like we distribute power in his kit in other places. I think it is totally fair to say that there are situations involving Titanic Hydra that probably have a little bit too much resistance. Fair. And I even tend to agree with that statement. But while Titanic is a contributor, I don't think it's the primary contributor, and while it might benefit a little bit, or it might be nice to move Titanic a little bit towards sustained damage over the burst active that it has, I do think it's pretty important that the burst active is really satisfying and really like noticeable as the Titanic user. And so I'm not sure how much room we have to go down on the active itself. And still have Titanic Hydra be a like really super satisfying purchase with the attack reset, right? Because on a lot of the champions that are buying this, right, Shen I think is a really good example of this. You don't have a ton of extra burst damage. Your auto attacks aren't doing a crazy amount of damage in the first place, and so the attack reset in and of itself isn't going to be able to carry the satisfaction. I think it does need some additional damage on that effect, and so this ends up in a question of like, okay, so if that's the case, how much room do we have to go down on the active? And I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, right? It could be a lot, it could be a little. I haven't deeply investigated that, but ultimately my answer to this question is I think there are cases you could come up with where the burst damage from Titanic is probably inappropriate, but not necessarily just because of Titanic in and of itself, more due to its combination with certain champion kits and certain other items like Heartsteel specifically. In general, I'm a little bit suspicious of us having multiple health, or a lot of health to damage items that can be applied as burst, right? Like, I think it's fine for us to have multiple Cinder items. Partially, that's because you can't stack them, right? And so we don't have to worry about what happens when someone gets really tanky and stacks a bunch of Cinder items. And stacks a bunch of health. And it's like, well, that's not an option, so it's not a concern. Whereas you can buy Heartsteel and Titanic, and I think it makes sense in the structure that you can buy both. I don't think we should lock them out with each other, right? But them both having a lot of similar health scaling burst, I think is a little bit, like the system is a little bit at odds with itself, of just like kind of rewarding the same scaling vector in ways that maybe aren't correct for us to have, being rewarded so powerfully in the same way across multiple items that can line up and burst people in this way. But I think that's like a minor structural defect, not a major one, to be clear. Why is Triforce MS on autos, but Black Cleaver is MS on all physical damage? Pretty easy explanation for this. Trinity Force is about attacking. It's a Sheen item. It has attack speed. We want to reward you for continuously attacking. Black Cleaver, on the other hand, is intended to be a more generic item that is accessible to casters. And so it is important that it doesn't rely upon you attacking, the more important thing, of course, is the armor shred. But I think it's actually good that the speed also rewards you for just dealing physical damage and being more accessible to a broader, wider audience. And in general, I actually think that this is just it's about the form and the function of these items, right? Like the form represents the function, right? It's like, hey, the function of Trinity Force is supposed to be about champions that are casting a lot of spells and attacking. And Black Cleaver is less restrictive in that its function is supposed to be about you just deal physical damage a lot, like frequently, and you care a lot about dealing physical damage to your opponents multiple times. It doesn't have to be with auto attacks. You could be a caster, like a Pantheon, for example, right? And it's important that Black Cleaver feels functional for Pantheon. And it's not important that Trinity Force feels functional for Pantheon. And so a lot of this just comes down to, yeah, the form of the item is derived from the functions of the item. And so because of that, we have a more restrictive clause, or, in most cases more restrictive. There's theoretical ways you could have auto attack deal magic damage, I guess. But the form is more restrictive here on Trinity Force because of the function of the item, or the intended functionality of the item. And there's not really much more to it, right? It's like, yeah, it's because Trinity Force is for attacking and Black Cleaver is for attacking or for casting, right? Like it kind of is more broad and more accessible because we want the item to be a fairly generic, broadly accessible purchase. If Karma got Wild Rift Ultimate on R on PC, could she still be a battle mage? So for those who are not familiar, Karma and Wild Rift is a fair bit different. She has a number of different changes to her spells, but the bigger thing is that she just has an ultimate, which is a giant donut. I actually think that the ult is really cool. I actually was really impressed by the work that Way Too Troll, the designer who did this, did on this. Was inspired by the Karma, like the cinematic, by the way, of like Karma doing some. I don't know if she does a donut or what, but that was what Way Too Troll always said was this was inspired. I was watching the Karma cinematic and got really inspired to make it a spell afterwards, and it was very cool. Anyway, but the donut, the way that it works is basically after Karma places a giant AoE on the ground somewhere close to her, and after a delay, the outer ring of the donut gets flung. It deals a bunch of damage, magic damage, and the people in it, enemies in it, get flung to the other side. If you're in the center, you take less damage, and you do not get flung anywhere. And it's a really cool spell. I think it actually works reasonably well with Karma's kit. I think the way that it interacts with her Q and her W are actually both really cool. I think it's a great spell.
Solo que no tienes que hacer algo como que te inviten
a... Spell, right? Like, look at our Battle Mage ultimates, right? Look at Swain, look at Rise, even Cassiopeia, right? Cassiopeia is maybe the closest example of Battle Mage like a sort of burst-ish ultimate with CC on it. But the most important thing for Battle Mages is that they have a lot of power. They need a lot of power in baseline reliable DPS on their base kits, or in Swain's case that comes from his ultimate, like the baseline DPS, a lot of it comes from ulting as well. But like you look at like Rise or you look at Cassio, and most of the power budget on those kits is just in I deal a lot of very reliable, very consistent damage, and that's really all they're allowed to do, right? Like Rise has a root with a lot of counterplay, and Cassio has some healing and some ground, and a speed boost to make that functional, like to sort of tie the kit together, right? But most of the power budget on these kits is in I have spells that allow me to consistently deal very high amounts of damage reliably to people who are at medium range, right? And the thing with this spell is that this is like the Karma Wild Rift Ultimate really is more of a control mage tool, or control mage spell, or maybe even a burst mage spell, if we wanted to make a burst mage that was really good at team fighting, where we would need to drain a lot of power from Karma to add this. If we wanted to add this ultimate in PC League, we would have to pull power elsewhere, because obviously you're just getting an entirely new spell that's quite powerful, right? So the question then becomes, where do we pull that power? And I think the answer ultimately is almost anywhere we can pull power from Karma's kit is going to degrade the properties that make her functional in some ways towards the Battle Mage space, right? Obviously, anything we nerf about the Q, like damage, cooldown, literally anything, even mana cost, is going to degrade Battle Mage. But even other things on the kit, right? Like cooldowns on the W or the E, the output of W or E, right? Like these are actually things that support the Battle Mage pattern of Karma in some ways, right? Around like, one of the ways that you can be more functional as a Battle Mage on Karma is by spam shielding yourself to make yourself more durable, so that you can get up close and get more reliable Qs off. One of the ways that you can be more reliable as a Battle Mage is by Wing people, so that then your Q will guaranteed land on them, right? Which makes your damage more reliable, right? Anything we nerf about these spells, I think, contributes to a loss of sort of Battle Mage identity. And the answer that I have here is like, there's probably a champion that has some of Karma's spells and the Karma Wild Rift Ultimate that has a Battle Mage identity, but I suspect that it probably isn't Karma anymore, right? Like it probably doesn't feel like karma. The number of properties we'd have to change in order to make that work, because there's so much power in just having a gigantic AoE CC. That would be so much power that we would have to drain from the rest of the kit. And I question whether on the current kit, whether, you know, which is currently stretching and, you know, I would say really is tenuous to even call current Karma a battle mage, right? She has some battle mage properties, but I wouldn't really call her a real battle mage by any means. I think we'd have to really revamp a lot of things on the kit in order to make that functional at all, right? You know, as a battle mage, if we were pulling, like, siphoning a lot of power and putting it into this ultimate. And so my answer ultimately just comes down to, I think the answer is no, if that champion is still feels like Karma. And that might not be the most satisfying answer, but ultimately, like, what you're asking here is like, hey, here's this identity which is fundamentally at odds with this spell. Can this champion have an equivalent amount of this identity with this spell? It's like, probably not, because the power has to come from somewhere, right? The power for the spell, right? Like, the champions need to be balanced. Therefore, the power has to be drained somewhere, and I don't think that Karma has a bunch of things on her kit that are functional for Karma that are not battle mage forward, right? As an example, you know, we could say Karma is no longer allowed to shield her allies with E. She can only shield herself. That probably doesn't really feel like Karma, but it is a version where we can preserve a lot of the battle magey feeling things about the kit, because battle mages are selfish, right? Like, they don't tend to have super, you know, self.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
What now? Hello. This had better be good.
What would you ask of death? Beware, our enemy is abound.
What is it? Remember, patience, discipline.
Tervetuloa.
No,
¿Qué?
que no lo estás.
Estoy bastante cansado.
I haven't got all day.
¿Tú qué?
Yo también, pero estoy tanqueándomelo como un campeón.
Bien.
Y ahora se viene un LOL cuando entregue estas misiones de aquí.
Va, comparto.
What business have you? Glory to the Sindorai. You say good.
What now? Watch your back.
No, un LOL. Voy a mear. Eso, mi niña. Estás cogiéndome ya el coso. Pero bueno. Can you pass me a water bottle?
Nope.
Can you pass me a water bottle?
No,
Nope.
No?
I don't have water.
Oh, okay. You fucking liar.
Wait, the other one is water?
Yeah,
Thank you.
¿Sabías que Gaster es un pirata, Dani?
Me enseñaste el vídeo ese de mierda. ¿Sabes que Imu, el primer nombre es Nerona o algo así?
¿Qué?
Que el nombre de Imu es Nerona o algo así.
¿Cómo lo sabes?
Porque abrí la wiki de WoW en fandom en español.
Ah, y te salió
Me-
artículos recomendados y te apareció una foto de Imu con el nombre de Imu, ¿no?
Me puse una foto que no vi en blanco y negro y Nerona Imu. Y yo, bueno. Gracias por la información.
Oh, porque ¿quién es Nerona?
Creo que es como la pava esta del trono. O sea, la pava esta del trono. Joder. Que es de la familia de Vivi, ¿no?
Eso es Nefetari.
Sí. Ah, no, eso entonces.
Sí, Nerona obviamente es importante, pero es el nombre de una familia de los Penterreyes que hicieron el reino mundial.
Va.
Pero no es nada del otro mundo saber eso. Como te acaban de calentar, ¿eh?
Bastante.
Eso estás
Me
muerto,
tira-
¿no? Uf, no.
Me tiraron del caballo. Nah, es muy lejos lo que camino.
Es una locura, como a las 3 de la mañana no hay nadie para echarse una normal.
Ah,
No tener que jugar solo
nah,
por...
sí que hay.
No. Llevo 5 minutos en cola ya.
Ni que fuera el Deadlock, macho.
Me eché ayer en la noche una partida del Deadlock.
Lo sé, me traías de la cabeza durante media hora. ¿No te acuerdas?
Ah, no se ve que estás haciendo nada.
¿Qué?
Te prometo que
estás...
no me acordaba.
Yo creo que estás borrachito ahora mismo. Porque obviamente sabías que estaba yo en llamada, lo que te...
No me acuerdo haberte dicho nada mientras jugaba al Deadlock.
No me dijiste nada, solo yapeabas con un Mo Ancril Eternus. Se llamaba Mo Eternus, ¿verdad?
Eternus Monk, creo.
Pues eso, ahí tienes la prueba fehaciente.
Pero
ocurrió?
era buenísimo el pavo.
Te creo.
Ultimately, I don't really think it matters so much as it does just like having an idea.
Me preguntó un pavo en el chat, ¿qué server es, güey?
Like, I don't know, whatever the
¿Qué server es, güey?
Sí, el Deadlock.
I don't like the idea.
Del Deadlock no,
when it comes to,
del WoW. Tipo que server privado.
music because that sort of denies the point
¿Pero quién te preguntó qué server es, güey?
Un random en el chat.
of expression and
Ah, vale.
context. There is no right or wrong, right? It's just like
De vez en cuando me aparece un random y dice algo random. Por mis directos.
and that's the exciting part about music itself is that there is interpretation and there's nuance. And as we continue to live in an ever nuanced, devoid world, especially online, and all of you are terminally online. Don't get it twisted. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you're all in a live stream. me tell your mom or your boss. There's something really amazing about having freedom of interpretation that I think is really special. Hall of Fame. Bro, time zones? Get out of here with the time zones. There's one time zone. It's the meatball time. We're not all Americans. Hold on now. Don't you say that about me. Cool, I love the brass. Okay, what the fuck? Enjoy your drive, be safe. I won't do any shouting. Black knife.
¿Estás compartiendo? No.
Oh.
Bro. Daniel, acabo de tener un flashback. ¿Sabes de qué es esto? El Chop Chop este. Esto es un Skylander. Es un Skylander, ¿no?
Parece un Skylander.
Eve. This is a Skylander, right? Chop Chop. Can you look? This. Right?
A Skylander?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you have no idea. I thought you did know about Skylander.
I don't really know much about it. I just like the way game.
Sí, sí, Skylanders. ¿Qué cojones? ¿Qué una skin de pesa de Chop Chop de Skylanders?
Joder. ¿Qué es esto? Hoy tengo 3 lagartos encima. Pues ok. Whatever.
puedo hacer mal ahí. No, o sea, a paso. Not too much point. O sea, me pingueó 3 veces el Wukong que me iba a gankear y las 3 veces no me entró. Se fue a hacer otra cosa. Cuando. O sea, 2 veces me va y tengo que morirme. Y ahora ya no se puede jugar. Paso, me doy otra cuenta. O sea, es lo normal.
Está bien. Ay.
Va in game el Fortnite, Danny.
You what?
I'm talking to Danny.
Estoy viendo.
Mira qué bonito.
No es el Fortnite.
No, el Fortnite está aquí arriba. Solo hay un screenshot
Ya.
y como ves se ve muy bien.
Juegazo.
El Hungry Shark. Estaba progresando muy poco estos últimos meses el emulador, la verdad, dentro de lo que cabe. No sé qué están haciendo. Pero estas son cosas que ya iban in game.
Oh, so much distortion in that. You like how right there it switches into hope, which is really interesting. So we get this, you know, this real intense drama, constant momentum forward, constant real like a toe-to-toe kind of square off, right? But then things shift suddenly. It's almost either an awakening or a sense of like a deep searching within the self, of almost like absolution, or like there's clarity in that sound, like there's a switch in there. Ba, ba, da, and I'm pretty sure it switches to major, or, you know, it certainly deviates from this very discordant dissonant section. Oh. Thank you. What did I shave? Oh. Also, I love the lower brass press kind of. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, that's a nice counter harmony. Did I swallow into the microphone? It's disgusting.
Guapa la skin.
Está guapísima, ¿eh?
I love. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat into the. I love the enthusiasm in that piece. Love the enthusiasm in that piece.
Nah, bullshit, brother.
I can hear them. I can hear them now saying that I'm not saying anything meaningful. Listen, can we just vibe?
Vale, creo que esta es la peor skin que he jugado en mi vida.
Thank you, Skirwa. Thank you, B88. I did get that complaint. People are saying that I don't do a good job anymore. I can never enjoy music again.
Yo creo que va a tocar irme a jugar Gragas en la main y ya. Porque me apetecía probar una build en Besa, pero me da la sensación de que no voy a poder hacer una mierda. O sea, qué puto palo. Estoy stuck en el minion, by the way.
You know. Wait, now I'm genuinely self-conscious. I don't want to swallow into the microphone. Now I'm uncomfortable. It's interesting how that has a hallowed halls kind of sound. There's echo. You feel like you're in the glacier, and you're navigating through it. And to get to the other side is like, you know, a dangerous artifact, or there's some sort of a journey that has to be taken. But you have to traverse through this, essentially this block.
Estoy yendo con lag.
The cheating problem on Chester.
Estoy yendo genuinamente con lag, by the way.
And kind of sound. There's echo. You feel like you're in the glacier, and you're navigating through it. And to get to the other side is it's like, you know, a danger. And you're navigating through it. And to get to the other side is.
Mistä ne mööföt? No te gusta el nombre.
Brother, estoy absurdamente tilteado, no me apetece pensar en nada. Te voy a hacer clicar y voy a morir y ya está.
Está bien, es un buen propósito.
No te preocupes, no te preocupes, Skarner. ¡No te preocupes, Skarner! Estamos muy de chill, bro. No te preocupes, bro. Estamos muy de chill. Tengo que smitearlo muy bien, amigo. Putada. ¿Qué es? Putz, bro.
you read One Piece?
No.
You want me to send it?
No, I don't really care. One Piece kinda sucks lately. I'm not gonna lie. Last 10 chapters have been so shit.
I disagree.
I know you do. No, es que debería haber venido acá, no sé por qué estoy molestando el tiempo. O sea, mi punto era que quiero probar una build y tengo que jugar Blue Side contra toda mierda que no me sirve para nada mi puta build. Son todos champions de burst, literalmente menos el Atrox.
This block of ice, and it's
¿Viste la Scar en el DayZ?
La tira la aviso.
No, pero salió en Experimental hoy.
Ajá.
Tipo con los stats y todo. Y las cosas. Me parece un poco una puta mierda. No sé, es buenísima, es la mejor arma del juego, pero es una mierda. Que sea la mejor arma del juego. O sea, no tiene ningún tipo de sentido. Que sea, que tenga stats todo mejores que el ALAR y que sea más fácil de conseguir que el ALAR.
I'm a music teacher and
No sabía
video
que
game
era
music composer.
más fácil
Today
de
I'm
conseguir.
listening to the Delta Rune Chapter 5 soundtrack for the
Sale en Convoys y en Early Crashes.
very first time. Yes, I have a...
it's like
Y el alar solo en gas, ¿no?
Que sea más fácil de conseguir que el ALAR.
I'm a music teacher and
Sabía que era
music composer.
más fácil
Today
de hacer algo temporal para que la gente la pruebe.
Teacher.
¿Sabes? Así.
No. Son los spawns confirmados. O sea, es bastante... ¿Qué cojones? Una idea más brillante de mi amigo. Qué skill eres, Atrox, ¿no?
¿Cómo va?
4-6. Tiró la R, le dio a metió una pasiva y se curó 1400 de vida.
Bien. Suena Atrox, sí.
O sea, literalmente, se estaba a 200 de vida y dijo, R ulti. O sea, R básico.
Creo que era...
Music composer. I've avoided spoilers. I had the moment. Oh, I gotta turn my headphones on. Woo! Come on now, Toby. Love it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my gosh! Alright, that was just like the first full piece. I could have listened to that about 20 more times. Absolutely sick. I gotta say, something absolutely... Turn my headphones up, let's go. Woo! Come on now, Toby. Love it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my gosh! Alright, that was just like the first full piece. I could have listened to that about 20 more times. Absolutely sick. I gotta say, something absolutely incredible about Toby Fox. If you look at the musical progression of Toby Fox going back to Undertale, to now Deltarune Chapter 5, the level of groove. The level of taste was always there, but the level of groove, the level of, artistic choice, I mean, it just down to these teeny tiny details. Like, just listen to what's going on in your left ear. If you're not wearing headphones, put some headphones on. There's a little gzz, gzz, a little gzz sound over in your left ear. Like, bro, who does that? Obviously, the answer is Toby Fox. Absolutely tasteful, teeny tiny details, making this piece of music not just another groove and incredible piece of incredible video game music, though obviously it is, but a unique piece of art with a unique signature from a unique artist. Absolutely amazing. Let's keep cooking with Pirate Dojo. Well, okay, so clearly we have that pirate emotion.
Esto es real.
Mithrael.
Let's get down to business and for you the fun. Rush the series off now, a mystery man. All those players
Supposed to
never
find
drink the
money
right they
when
haven't seen. Well, they truly meant it, Viol Entry 17. Here we plunder root beer, and of course we plunder air. We kidnap all of Deltarune and sold in Undertale. But oh, we changed the target, our heaven is in sight. We'll steal your home for gold and take away your holy light.
¿Por qué estás viendo esas mierdas?
Porque es real.
¿Te resulta entretenido?
Pero si es real, Dani.
¿El qué?
Que Gaster es un pirata.
¿Un pirata qué?
Que Gaster es pirata.
¿De internet?
No, es un pirata. Yar.
¿Qué significa eso?
De pata de palo. Que lo tiraron de una plank de madera.
The most I on you when you see your
¿Estás sobre?
father.
Mucho.
Let's get down to business and
Bueno, Gaster es un pirata, ¿lo sabías?
¿Le gustan los gatos a Gaster?
Mucho.
¿Quién es Gaster?
Un pirata.
¿Un pirata qué?
El pirata.
Un pirata cojo. ¿Son el tonto Sajor?
gente se esperaba cosas muy diferentes del capítulo. Del capítulo 3, definitivamente. De repente vino Tobías y dijo: uff, está duro.
Otro game.
Como campeón. Y se no estoy yendo solo Q porque estoy jugando con el culo.
Mal hecho.
O sea, si estuviera jugando un poco mal no pasaría nada porque gano por macro, pero generalmente estoy jugando como un pollo sin cabeza, de jugar normales. ¿Cómo vuelan los minions de la puta IDF, brother? ¡Qué locura! Qué bonito, dices. Bueno, a ver, se va a quedar un mal wave state el Darius. Nah. Vamos a suicidar los dos minions bajo torre. Vamos a ir a por los casters. ¿Nos apetece? No sé por qué. Nos apetecía ahí un poquito. Un poquito de inmolación. Oh, qué bonito. Qué bueno eres.
Sí. Irme a la cama.
Deberías.
Veña, boas noites.
Buenas noches. Why is he complaining? Yo, wants to play more. Yo, wants to play.
He keeps doing this. He's like hiding out behind nothing and then running out to catch dead.
Yeah. Because he thinks you can see him, because it's dark.
Yeah.
Very stupid animal.
Live camera action.
One?
You.
Not playing.
I'm too lazy to move.
Hmm?
Too lazy to move.
Oh wow.
Wait, who is it from?
Carlos.
What did he do? He caught it by like having his body between the thing and the rope. I wanted to do this, but he was being too rough.
Do you have your slash on?
No, by hand.
Really? Like if you're being rough.
It's a worthy opponent for the cat, I feel.
What does it do?
No, se echan un poco con el gato. ¿Vino María? ¿No que iba a estar a la noche?
Esta noche no.
Sí, claro.
Pasa que yo no he contado un poquito por poner tan borracho.
Entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer?
Cogerme un trozo de tortura y me
Ya no hay nadie,
Bueno.
Dani y Lois aguantaron hasta el último minuto.
¿Es cierto que consiguieron una montura?
Sí.
Qué hijos de puta.
Los dos.
Nada. Ahora consiguieron una montura voladora. Se joden. Oh, me toca el cama.
A ver. I've been holding him for like a minute and he hasn't complained yet, by the way. And now he's gonna complain. Three? Oh, no complaining. If I kept the countdown, I would have understood. Yeah. I'm gonna make food now.
Going on there. Type a P in the chat if
I'm not hungry enough yet.
Yeah.
Meh.
Still starved until
No, it's just if I eat now, I'm not gonna enjoy it as much as I will in like 30 minutes.
yeah, but it's still starved.
Kinda. Also, it helps me eat less, eating once a day, so I don't get gigantic belly. Dime. Sí y no. O sea, estuve viendo en los cajones de arriba si tenías los... USB en la cama, pero nada más. ¿Por? No, estuve viendo por encima estaba un puto USB. Que sí, Mori que te lo dio. Ya se verá muy bien. Sí, estaba buscando. Estaba viendo otras baterías. Vale. Creo, no pasa nada.
No, but you might have to deal with it. You probably should deal with it. He's been eating my hair, and when he poops like it's like a kebab of shit. You already opened this. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's important because like sometimes the entire string of poop is hanging from his ass. Yeah. Like you need to pull it out, like it hurts him a little bit. Because it's like, when you're pulling, like, you know how it feels. To pull something out of your couple from your ass. It hurts. This is a... This is a... That's what I'm trying to do. Man, this like if I just spit it, he doesn't care. It's like it actually moves. Pretty cool. But it's hard to do it. Yeah, with less. What are you watching? It's not gonna be funny, right? It's just compilation of how long the story was. This is it. Look at how careful he was. Like he put his paw on my mouth. Like he retracted his dog. Oh. This is so well trained, man. I mean, like, not really, but still fucking bitch that this behave. We're working. This is it.
I'm not being rough.
Like he wasn't like putting a lot of strength. Because you need to defend his weak point. You're just teaching the cat how to be a cat. Like they also have more cats to play with. He will learn that and play with other cats. Like they will bite his tail. And play. Like I need to be a little bit rough to go. I'm playing. Ow. I made big noise. I'm scared. I was trying to sneak attack tactic. That's not gonna work against him.
It will.
No?
I'm never gonna see it coming.
Yeah, very clumsy. This is it.
No.
Helps sneaking. This is it. Very sneaky.
Not very noticeable.
See? Now he's defending his tail.
see his jump? How cute he was looking, like on a hunting position. It's a trap, right? Like he cannot resist it. Look at his ears. He's so locked in. Can you look at him? Like, can you look at what the fuck he's doing?
Ouch. No. Look at this shit. What the fuck? It's sick as fuck. He's so low. Neto. Look at this sick shit. Look at him. He's so low.
That's great.
No. But yes.
Now that Deltarune
Yeah,
Chapter
watch
5
this
has come
10-minute
out,
video,
I
then we
wanted to
go
talk
in.
about the secret bosses. Especially since this is probably the last secret boss we're going to get, seeing as Sham needs 5 crystals. But since this is probably all the secret bosses that'll be in Deltarune, I wanted to rank them from worst to best. And to do it, I'll be looking at the full picture. Their lore, their plot relevance, their themes, everything I need to determine who is best and who is the worst. But E-Ram, I don't think this will come to surprise anybody, but E-Ram is easily dead last. Now, before people start going, oh, but E-Ram isn't the secret boss. The Roaring Knight is the secret boss. Shut up. I understand you only get a Shadow Crystal from the Roaring Knight, but that is not the only criteria for a secret boss. Doesn't matter what you're doing, the Roaring Knight is mandatory. Besides, you can technically beat the Roaring Knight without the Shadow Mantle. E-Ram, on the other hand, you have to get S rank on all of the adventure boards, and you have to solve all of the actual puzzles leading up to E-Ram. So I'm considering E-Ram the secret boss of Chapter 3, not the Roaring Knight. Okay? Cool. Anyway, back to E-Ram. This guy is a 2D floating dork. Having to get S rank on all of the boards is just so tedious, especially with how repetitive this chapter gets. Don't get me wrong, I love Tenna, and I love the minigames, but the actual chapter itself gets repetitive really fast. And I can't lie, the fight itself is just not fun. Plus, the fight itself is just not memorable. On a positive note, I can appreciate the Shadow Mantle reward, and the lore E-Ram gives us is very interesting. But in general, this boss just isn't it. If you like E-Ram, I'm glad you like it, but when compared to the other 4, it's just not that great. Now with E-Ram out of the way, I got to admit, choosing between these 4 was really difficult for me. These bosses are part of why I love Deltarune so much, and why I come back to it so often. So from this point on, just know that all of these bosses are good. None of these next bosses are bad, but some are just way hotter, I mean way better than the other ones. And speaking of hotter, so yeah, Mew Mew is 4th place. I really did like this fight. However, I have a few main gripes. The secret boss, just being a cat girl, really threw me off. Now, why is this a gripe? Well, there's something that the other 3 bosses do that Mew Mew failed to do, which is giving our heroes character development, lore drops, or something of that kind. However, because this fight is just so random, of course there wasn't going to be any kind of significant lore or character development. Now, the fight itself I actually did like. However, I think it could have used some design tweaks. Oh my god. I think it could have used some design tweaks. This fight, I think, is the most overstimulating fight of all of these bosses. It's very bright and pink, and the attacks are just all over the place. There is just way too much to look at. I beat it the first time by just brute forcing the entire fight. But like I said earlier, this is a good boss. First off, the theme is just great. Overall, a pretty good boss. I think my ranking of this fight might change as time goes on, but as of right now, I was left wanting more out of the final secret boss. Alright folks, me trouble. I mean, these 3 are just incredible fights. For is Jevil. Jevil is such a good boss. Everything about Jevil, his theme, his dialogue, definite bosses. Plus, after fighting him again, talking to Sham about Jevil and the Knight is corrupt to the game. He's in the game for such a short amount of time, and he's just too cool of a character to do that. Now, before I get him, and he's just is that he's in the game to do that. Category winners. Alright, for the best boss in Deltarune, yep, that's right. That means the Hammer of Justice is, in my opinion, the greatest secret boss in Deltarune. Now, before all of the Spampton gooners start losing their minds over this, let me give my opinions on both and why I personally believe Garrison is a better secret boss. I mean, come on. What's not to like about Spampton's fight? Yes, he is a little overrated, but sometimes bosses are overrated for a reason, because Spampton is so good. When I first played Chapter 2 all of those years ago, I had no expectation of Spampton when he first appeared. However, doing this crazy little guy's quest, it was weird and challenging and creepy. Then his boss reveal is probably the best reveal in the entirety of Deltarune. Plus, what it did for Chris's character was crazy. It really showed Chris's fears and hatred for being controlled at a time when I didn't really care for Chris's character. But now, they're one of my favorite characters. His lore with the Addisons and Tenna is really interesting, and the fact that he shows up as a mandatory fight in the Weird Route was always so interesting to me. Plus, his boss fight is just fun. I love the yellow soul mechanic.
Not my fault, chat. One more auto, one more.
Surely. Wow. Surely. Wow. Wow. Surely. Wow. 制服你还带了一个坚定。啊，不是坚定，是多兰盔。我感觉他不变 A 我了，结果他没有 A 呀、我还以为他上来掏不灭。转哪圈？转哪圈？这没技能，上去打一套。
看好了，
他就带了纯消耗服，带了个猛然冲击，我看。
什么百炼成钢？那是因为没碰上我。成钢，那是因为没碰上我。那是因为没碰上我。
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
其实感觉可以进去给他越了。
我在流浪的路上。
放肆！
有价值的战斗从来不会厌倦，从来不会厌。灰飞烟。
这还叫闪
？Shut down.
武器，我这根老铁杆。
换了一套。
好好学。
老母吃得多。
每样武器都是武器，每个对手都不是对手。
An ally has been slain.
怎么走了？那他应该不会走吧？队友都在上半区。
An enemy has been slain.
和平安详
An
的生活
enemy has been slain.
还没有拥有过。我得想一个新
他的骸骨都要转好了。
An enemy has been slain. An ally
has been slain. 我的冷不需要保养。
靠背。靠背了，幽梦不加血。
An ally has been slain. An ally has.
In the most recent patch of Deadlock, split pushing got nerfed. Here's what you need to know. Yoshi thought it was a good idea to split objective bounties from 40% to 30% for nearby heroes. To translate that for you very quickly, if you were to kill a walker by yourself, you would get 1500 souls from it. And if someone were to help you kill that walker, you would split that 1500 souls with them. A typical game plan for your M1 carries in the mid game is that they would take solo walkers instead of participating in team fights. This is so they could get their money up so they could end up carrying you in the late game. But with the bounty reduced from 40% to 30%, you now get 1200 souls instead of 1500. I personally don't think this nerf is huge, but what do you think? In the most recent patch of Deadlock, split pushing got nerfed. Here's what you need to know. Yoshi thought it was a good idea to split
survey program demo that you 30 have stealth was altered from the original demo, but did you know her overworld sprites were changed as well? It's most noticeable from her side profile, where she sports much longer buck teeth. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Another way Another well-known difference is the door in the library. Library? that takes you to the Dark World in Chapter 2. In Chapter 1, it's only one door, versus 2 in later versions. Currently in the full release, Chapter 1 uses the updated 2-door asset, but I believe in earlier versions of Chapter 1 and 2 demo, Chapter 1 used the single door and Chapter 2 used the double doors. I'm not certain on that, but I guess we'll put a pin in that. There are a lot of randomly misplaced pixels, one of the most noticeable being in the status menu. As you can see, there's a stray red pixel next to the TP text. There are some weird black pixels with odd layering near the entrance to the cemetery. Rule's card's background is littered with pink pixels that stick out like a sore thumb. These were changed to a light blue in later versions. In the light world, the item tab when pausing will never be grayed out, even without a single item in your inventory. During a battle, part of the overworld bled into the battle. I'm not sure if this is exclusive to this demo, but I wasn't able to replicate it in the current release. Susie's animation of her throwing her axe behind her and returning to her default overworld sprite looks a bit more jittery than in later versions. A couple of interactions in the Dark World menu lack proper sound effects, like scrolling between the different menu options. In the settings menu, instead of there being an option to return to title, there's only the option to end program, in line with the rest of the demo's survey program shtick. In the demo, Susie's crumpled paper reads as the $! Squad. When saving at that room's save point, and in dialogue with Susie and Lancer later, your party is referred to as the $! Squad, with a large gap between the two words. I believe it's written as the $! Squad in the code, because on the Deltarune wiki it says that that's what the demo refers to it as when it just doesn't in-game. I believe this has also caused a misconception in the Deltarune community where people believe / remember it being this way. When being given the hot chocolate at the diner, originally it said, "Chris got the hot chocolate," whereas it was updated in the console port of Chapter 1 to say, "You got the hot chocolate," to match the rest of the other dialogue in-game. At the bake sale, all 3 stands request 40G for their items. This was changed in later versions to $40 since Deltarune uses dark dollars instead of gold. Silly Tony. Shout out to you Day 1 players for this one, but originally there were no shadow crystals in the game. Beating Jevil originally only gave one of his 2 equipable items. When Chapter 2 released, it took a few updates for Jevil to finally give you his shadow crystal. The Wrist Protector, which allows you to hold C to skim through text at lightning speeds, was originally only accessible by entering the Dark World within 8 minutes of starting a new save. In later versions, the ability to hold C to skip text boxes is on by default after reaching the Dark World for the first time. No matter what you do now, you can never obtain this item, meaning the Wrist Protector is lost media? And lastly, when you beat the game and finish the chapter credits, the game just closes itself. What a way to go out. I really appreciated all the differences I either forgot to include or simply didn't know in my last video, so as always, feel free to tell me any differences I may have missed. I plan on continuing this series with a video covering the chapters 1 and 2 demo differences, where I'll be going into a deep dive of all the version differences, since there are a ton, so between ways to either beat the game as you want best. Shout out to you Day 1 players, I remember it being this way. When being given the hot chocolate at the diner, originally it said, "Chris got the hot chocolate," whereas it was updated in the console port of Chapter 1 to say, "You got the hot chocolate," to match the rest of the other dialogue in-game. At the bake sale, all 3 stands request 40G for their items. This was changed in later versions to $40 since Deltarune uses dark dollars instead of gold. Silly Tony. Shout out to you day one players for this one, but originally there were no shadow crystals in the game. Beating Jevil originally only gave one of his 2 equipable items. When Chapter 2 released, it took a few updates for Jevil to finally give you his shadow crystal. The Wrist Protector, which allows you to hold C to skim through text at lightning speeds, was originally only accessible by entering the Dark World within 8 minutes of starting a new save. In later versions, the ability to hold C to skip text boxes is on by default after reaching the Dark World for the first time. No matter what you do now, you can never obtain this item, meaning the Wrist Protector is lost media? And lastly, when you beat the game and finish the chapter credits, the game just closes itself. What a way to go out. I really appreciated all the differences I either forgot to include or simply didn't know in my last video, so as always, feel free to tell me any differences I may have missed. I plan on continuing this series with a video covering the chapters 1 and 2 demo differences, where I'll be going into a deep dive of all the version differences, since there are a ton, so subscribe if you're interested in seeing that. I was blown away by the amount of support and feedback I received on my last video, and for that I am so very grateful. I think I had like 9 subscribers when I posted that, so again, thank you all. Later, alligator. Here is a comprehensive list of the many differences between the original Undertale demo.org from May 23, 2013. It received an update on June 5th, 2013, and this version is still up to download on the official Undertale website to this day. The only notable difference between the May 23rd and June 5th releases is the addition of the quitting text appearing when holding escape. In the original demo, just pressing escape once will quit the game. I'm not exactly sure if there are any more differences, but let me know if there are. Many assets are different and apparent just from booting up the game. The intro screen shows a looks instead of the final game's faceless boss monster. The screen shows up again in the final release before the fight against Photoshop Flowey. The room you start the game in is also noticeably different and, honestly, very confusing. It appears like 2 different paths leading upwards, but that isn't the case. Thankfully, these were changed in the full release, but a confusing design choice nonetheless. A couple assets appear to use a strange bilinear filter that makes them stand out, such as the HP text during a battle and the attack bar. The attack... is that what it's called? I guess? Anyway, the stairs leading up to the first door after saving the first time are also noticeably different and very bad looking. And the leave tiles in the room with the bowl of monster candy appears to be cut off slightly. There's also no indication showing the player that an enemy is spareable, so you just kinda have to guess if you did it correctly. One last notable asset difference is the room with the toy knife using a brick tile set. A lot of sound effects are also not present in this version, that being sounds for activating a switch, falling, the floor breaking below you, and Flowey's weird laugh when attacking enemies. Is this exclusive to Frogget? I've never seen this happen to any other enemy, but let me know. The switch activation sound being left out feels like an oversight though, considering it's used during the cutscene when Toriel shows you how to complete puzzles. There's also no sound effect when saving at a save point. It doesn't kick you out of the menu when doing so either. This version also has some strange bugs and other oddities that actually ruined my runs the first time I played through it. The first oddity is the difference in how the frisk dance works. In the demo, Frisk stays in the up position, but the entire camera shakes rapidly. I don't believe this was patched out for epileptic reasons, rather the entire movement system was altered in the final release, causing this difference. Holding left or right and pressing in another direction causes Frisk to turn in that position while still heading in the desired direction. When I recorded my playthrough, I attempted to do a pacifist and genocide run, and, funnily enough, failed both. Would you believe me if I told you this was because of the same enemy both times? Vegetoid in the demo has no dinner option, which, in the full release, allows you to eat green attacks that cause Vegetoid to be spared. I tried every other option and there didn't seem to be a way to spare Vegetoid. Granted, I probably could have fled from the battle, but I got a little hungry. Flowey even commented on how cruel this was at the end of my playthrough. I guess I touched a nerve hurting innocent plant life. Now in my genocide playthrough, I went out of my way to kill both underworld Vegetoids? The game's manual refers to the overworld as the underworld? How neat. More on that to the overworld as the underworld? How neat. More on that manual later. I went about the game killing every encounter until eventually getting the "but nobody came" encounter. I thought it was a bit strange not seeing determination at the save point, but I carried on, assuming it was another difference. Turns out, according to the Undertale demo wiki, killing these two Vegetoids boots you back to a neutral route, and these guys are weird in this version. Some other miscellaneous differences include there being no kill counter on your stats screen, and the game referring to your gold as guild. You can name yourself any of the band names from the final release without there being any altered text, gameplay, or crashes. Your EXP can go up from attacking enemies, not just killing them, and instead of the game stating continue and reset on the main menu, it says restart. These last changes I found while looking through the Undertale demo wiki, and I'll link it in the description of this video. During the game, typically after sparing Toriel, she'll return to the start of the ruins to tend to the flowers. Funnily enough, she'll still be there in the demo even if you killed her. Maybe Asgore really did clone himself and shave. Pressing C right before an encounter disables the encounter from happening altogether. Encounter rates in the first area where you receive encounters is noticeably higher, which was stated in a Toby Fox tweet. The genocide and pacifist endings are also very interesting in the demo. Killing everyone results in a screen saying, "That was fun, let's finish the job," in red text. While in the pacifist ending, Sands and Papyrus make an appearance. The Comic Sans font Sans uses is also using the strange bilinear filtering. Now for the biggest difference, the manual. This was not included in the final release due to the version of GameMaker used having more restrictions on altering external files. Now, you may be thinking, why would a manual need to be altered? Because, depending on what you do in-game, the manual actually changes. I didn't know this going into the demo, read it in the beginning, and reread it after killing Toriel, and reaching the ending. Flowey appears on the final page after killing Toriel, grinning, with the text saying, "You didn't even try to spare her, you murderer." He disappears if you spare her, with the text reading, "Don't get too cocky." And after getting the genocide ending, all pages of the manual will be replaced with an Undertale logo, besides the final one, only showing an image of Flowey without a face. It's a shame this didn't appear in any capacity in the full release, but it makes sense given the context. These are all the differences I could find while playing through the demo. If I missed anything interesting or boring, let me know in the comments. Is that what it's called? I guess?
me hungry.
for you. All for you.
Oh, no, thank you.
Can you clean the table so I can eat with you? Thank you. Careful. Careful. Gentle. Gentle. That's the best part. You are going to the bathroom. Do you want my steak?
No.
Okay.
I just told you I don't know if I can finish it.
An entire steak? An entire steak?
Well, I said it was all for me, so I picked the fries.
Oh no, of course you're not eating all of those fries. Feeding the guts. You, gut number 1. Gut number 2. In the back. Because it doesn't know how to behave. You, very well behaved. Good. That's small oopsies. Hmm? You didn't smell it?
I smelled something.
I left a piece of garlic in the pan with the meat, and it just burned so much. And then something was burning, and I couldn't figure it out because it was just completely black. So it just like was completely like hidden in the pan. I couldn't realize. I noticed like literally just now. I watered the pan. You. Loves fries. There's more bread, by the way.
I don't need more bread.
You. Not the extremely needy kitty. I will, yeah. Imagine if I ask you to clean the entire house while I'm gone. That would be funny. But you're very lazy and wants to play stuff. It's just that's what you say to me. Not a real woman? You say not a real woman? No. You. Loves complaining. Do you miss Alex?
What?
You miss Alex?
What's
The Russian guy from your Discord that told you your man address.
Yeah.
Yo. 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 Hmm? Mm-hmm. Doesn't want to meow again. You. 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 Te vas a ir baneado, Neto. Te vas a ir baneado. Puto pesado, tío.
Delta Room, check your fine spoilers ahead, Toby.
Me. Love shirts. Oh, you were right. This is the worst fork of Mojito in history. You wants to get fed. Don't worry if there's spare potatoes, fries. Like you can put them 5 minutes tomorrow in the air fryer, and they'll be fine. If you get into a table, Neto. If you get into a table, Neto. I'm doing this on purpose, by the way, so the cat learns how to behave with people on the table. Because if he doesn't, he's gonna jump on people's shoulders. Who's your favorite Omori character? Hmm? That's boring. Do you know who mine is?
No.
Why?
You have to tell them that's your favorite.
last 3 years. But it's funny, but it's smart. And then it's visual. I think everyone regarding Mari in the normal route is pretty much perfect story-wise. Like mystery-wise. And she has like just enough, like you can theorize how she might have actually been in real life, but you can't actually know. Level 1 crater. Good. It's kind of like the first time I read that, like my brain made this at you.
Don't jump in the water.
What?
Give me the book.
Center.
I found that.
Thank you. Do you think this is a good opening?
We have an interesting matchup with Japan and Mexico at them. So, White opened the game with blue, and Black played the move with d5. We have an interesting matchup with Japan and Mexico. I'm not sure. We've had Japan
What do you mean
versus
one?
Mexico. For Black, cool.
What?
What do you mean one?
That's the common opener.
You're losing tempo.
It's still a common opener.
It sucks.
It's a dangerous opening to play as a 400 because you have to bring your queen out. And the rule of thumb is if you bring your queen out early in the Scandinavian and move it to the outskirts of the board, you better not lose it, right? You better not lose the queen. White plays knight c3. The nice thing about the Scandinavian defense is that this position is expected in about 90% of the games that you play. So it's a very predictable opening. People will develop the knight and attack your queen, and then you're going to move the queen over here. And now white will generally develop the knight, the bishop, and then castle. So with black, you also have a very easy plan of action. And that is exactly what white does. White spends 6 seconds, plays knight f3. For the record, like this game, make no mistake, is going to be awful in its own way. But then it is going to be actually not that. It's also going to be pretty
Don't
decent
let
at the
him.
same time. 400s nowadays are much better than they were.
Put it where it was. If he has it again, I'm putting him in the button.
Where was it?
Under looking.
Like here?
Right there. Yes. Thank you.
A lot of people are entering the world
I
of
love
chess
you.
every day. Like, look, we have a
Yeah.
bishop being developed, hitting a knight to a queen. 5 years ago, a
Thanks for
400 was
doing
full of a bishop
everything.
by now.
Hmm?
White plays bishop e2, so white has developed a knight, and a bishop. Black should now develop a knight or put something in the middle. I would not take this, like just because you can doesn't mean you should. Black develops a knight, like very good opening principle play. White plays pawn to h3, attacking the bishop. And again, here you would think a lot of people would just chop down the knight because they're beginners and like, then develop some piece, some other pieces. In the Scandinavian, you could give up your light square bishop, and then you should put other pawns on the light squares, because when you leave only one light square bishop on the board, it's kind of like having the Elder Wand. That might not mean anything new. Do kids nowadays even watch Harry Potter? That will fine.
It
You
didn't
wasted
mean
a little
anything to
time,
me.
but it's not the end of the world. Harry Potter. That
Yo.
series, those books were like my whole childhood. Bishop f5 back. Okay. Fine, you wasted a little time, but it's not the end of the world. Normally these games get really idiotic, like already, but this one actually runs quite nicely. Castles, like knight c6, excellent. Now we begin the comedy. White plays d3. Now d3 is a reasonable move. You want to get your dark square bishop into the game. That's following very good principles. Black castle wrong, but black here plays a pawn in the middle. I mean, very good. Very good. By the way, there's a positive conclusion to this game. And white now decides not to develop the bishop. White decides, well, I move d3, but I really want to move d4. Now, this is chess at a much higher level than 394. If you look at the move d4 and you go d4, pawn takes, queen takes, my queen is really strong, you're probably correct. This sequence of moves is actually very reasonable for white. The queen stops the king from castling, the queen is close to attacking, obviously don't make your queen, the bishop is going to come out, the rooks are going to come out. But
I'm not staying awake much
if they
longer.
don't do that, then you might be in trouble. And in this game, black actually castled long, which is a
Why
great
is he running away?
long castle. And now the rook hits the pawn, and there's a queen on the other side. Now, we don't have to go very long in the game of a 390 rated player for a queen to be plundered. White has given away one pawn. It was taken on the second pawn in an exchange, and the second piece that white ends up giving away is white spent 6 seconds on the pawn takes pawn. The only idea in the whole position was the long castle that put a rook opposite the queen, and the queen has been taken. Now white takes back, rook takes d1. Now, at this point, I would like to activate the rule of keep it simple, stupid. Black can take knight takes pawn. That is what you should do, and you should not think about it. That pawn is attacking your knight. Just take the pawn, because if you can engage in a trade, white is going to lose a lot of pieces. White's going to lose the knight, then they're going to lose the bishop. They're not going to be able to create any counterplay, and that is what you should do. This next move
bishop takes c2. That's just not a good move. It's not a good move because white, first of all, if you do the math, will get a knight and a bishop for a rook. Just generally, the bishop and the knight are going to be better than the rook. But furthermore, white could just go here. Now you still have a hanging knight, and now you have a hanging bishop. So if black were to take this, you would just lose the bishop, a full bishop. And the more pieces white wins, the better the comeback is going to get. So please, if you're 370, just don't think for 34 seconds. Really, just do us all a favor and stop. Okay? In the game, obviously, white did not do that. In fact, white played a move here that's so impressive. It's... I couldn't even begin to explain it to you. Like, it's the knight, or you can move the rook, right? Those are the two choices, obviously. White moves. Bishop g5. Why? I don't know. Black takes the rook. So, black has now won a queen.
Can you help me? Pick up the fries.
Black has now won a queen.
Yeah, and the bread.
I mean, that's pretty freaking good. White plays pawn takes f6 now. So white plays pawn takes f6, which means this bishop can just take another piece. The bishop can eliminate a rook and a bishop just by keep eliminating pieces. This bishop is just there. You don't have to take anything here. Of course, black does not play that. Black responds with pawn takes pawn, because when you're 300, you have to understand, when something takes you, if you can take it back, you must. I mean, that's the rule of the universe. It's like checkers. Like, I understand this pawn took this, and if it takes this, there's this. Totally. Like, you can take a piece worth much more than a pawn, but you have to take the pawn. Now, white can take the pawn, of course, and the rook is hanging, and the bishop is hanging, right? Like, the bishop is here, the rook is here. Credit to black, because black actually takes the bishop now, so now black has a break.
Hits his head against crystal.
White can take a rook. I'm not sure either player saw this. Instead, white takes this. And if you count the material, it is a queen.
Okay.
For a knight. That is the balance of material. Black has a 6-point material advantage. Who now moves the rook out of the way, and you really just wonder, like, how can I make a video? Okay. Well, let's proceed. White plays rook d1. Good move. Honestly, if this knight wasn't even there, this would be a checkmate threat. Well, here's the thought process with black. You see this, you go, is that no? Okay. So what about bishop g7 or bishop g7? Let's just trade the bishop. If you want to take some pawns, you can also do that. Bishop e7. I love this move. Bishop e7. Excellent move. And now white retreats the bishop, which is a good move, and attacks the queen. Unfortunately, the queen is just going to take the pawn on a2. Now, if I gave you 20 guesses at this position for black, wouldn't be able to guess. And there's like 40 legal moves probably. Once again, the player playing with the black pieces thought, which was a mistake, for 26.5 seconds. And played the move f6. concept, like the one mover, which is like they can just take you in one move, there is no calculation, has to be something you get to develop before you get to 1,000. Black plays knight c4. Black sees that the knight is hanging, does not process they can take it. You know, now I expect another move to attack the knight, like rook to d4 or rook c1. White just plays knight f4 here. This is not a bad move. Black responds with a one mover, knight to b2. I love chess at 300 level, man. Like, chess at 300 is literally, maybe they won't see it. That is the extent of the thought process that you have developed. It's, oh crap, I didn't see that move, and hey, maybe they won't see that move. It's amazing. You guys are like playing water polo, but you can't swim. Like, you just, this is chess at 300. The knight attacks the rook goes to d4. Okay, fantastic. Now black is like, I don't know what to do here. Let's just trade the rooks. That's a fair trade. White is like, I don't know what to do here. Let's just take the rook. I don't know. All right, now there's no rooks on the board. Now you have 5 pawns each, 2 knights, and knight and bishop. So allow me to explain. Every endgame is either relatively balanced or relatively imbalanced. This is a very imbalanced endgame. The imbalances lie in the positioning of the kings, which are on opposite sides, which is not about safety, but about stopping the enemy pawns from walking up the board. So kings are on opposite sides. Knight and bishop versus 2 knights, very different. The knights are close quarters fighters. The pawn majorities, you have a 3-2, 3-2, and 3-2. So it's really going to become a race. It's equal, but it's balanced in, in an imbalanced fashion. You both create threats. Okay, knight to e6. Of course, we're going to try to trade the bishop. Black just pushes a pawn. Fine. White is, not even going to hesitate, is obviously just going to take something. But at some point, you're going to run out of naturally capturing moves, right? Or are you? Maybe you can just go knight to d4 or g4. Okay. Black now should enable the movement of these pawns by chasing down pawns with the knight. That is what black should do. Knight d3 is an excellent move. White should play pawn to a3. White plays pawn to g5. That simply loses a pawn. Well, honestly, I guess it kind of doesn't, because I was going to say if knight takes... Well, though I kind of understand, alright? Of course, black with 4 minutes and 57 seconds is like, pawn me take her. Yeah, 7 seconds is like, though I kind of understand, alright? Of course, black with 4 minutes and 57 seconds is like, pawn me take her. Yeah, that's just not... the knight comes in, and now your pawn is hanging.
He's panting and tired because he's been running for 2 minutes, by the way. Like, he's been just running circles around that piece of paper or plastic or whatever it is. That or that.
Generally, the person that has a head start. And black right now has a head start. They are 4 squares away from queening. If you count 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the square, right? So the white king needs to run to the left to stop the pawn and get in the square. If you don't do that, the square immediately gets smaller, and your king can't do hopscotch 2 at a time. The knight can come back and try to help, but that means that these pawns can't move. And when you have 3 pawns together, they're very difficult to stop. Also, if you have pawns on opposite sides of the board, they're sometimes difficult to stop. Anyway, now we're gonna have a pawn race. H4, A5. So instead of moving the pawn that has already moved, and you are guaranteed to promote here, guaranteed. B4, it's guaranteed. This knight cannot get back effectively in time. Look, knight f6, b3, knight e4, b2, knight d2. It's not effective because knight c3. So I'm gonna at least force you to give away the knight. And if h5, you can't just race me here. You can't just race me here. Here's a very nice way that you could lose the game. So the black king does have to walk over. The white king can no longer walk over because he's completely boxed out by the black knight. Okay, h4, a5, 2 300s play an endgame. Here we go. h4, a5, h5, b4, h6, b3, and I think the players have realized it's over. I think the players have now realized that this is the end of the game. Knight f8, you try your best. b2, h7, b1 is a queen with check, king g2, and queen b2. And if white wanted to try something here, they could try to come back to g6 and then queen, but still black would give away the queen and then promote this pawn, probably. Instead of that, white went h8 queen, which doesn't work because it gets taken. Knight e6 check, king d7, knight g5, and black started pushing pawn to a4. And the game is finished. Here also with black, you can try to pin the knight, etc. Don't resign, put the knight out of the way, promote the second queen, and deliver ladder mate. Then 2 queens, easy. What you don't want to do is just start pushing the other pawn. Okay, fine, king g3. And now, queen g5, or here, your queens slide perfectly along a rank together, they guard each other. It's mate and 2. Black decides that 2 queens is not enough. Fine, I completely understand, you need a 3rd queen. Now the game is over. King g4, queen g1 check, king to h5, and you have no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mates in one. You know what they say? When you have mate in one, you should spend 0.9 seconds and end the game with a stalemate up 30 points of material.
I didn't expect a pool robot this compact to climb walls, clean the water line, and handle my entire pool this well. This is the vboys